Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. I just had to bring up my comparison code here. This is going to be map UI. Yeah, for the most part. Oh, have I done any... I have to have done port stuff here, but it's not in... So often, like in the index file, it's just inline code. But this just has a much bigger code file, which refactoring one of those things I still need to do. Which project was I looking at comparables in? Probably hosting clips. So I think we're going to take that. There was one method there. I don't know if we actually need to be public. And then the corresponding code may have just been index. No, we've got some kind of bootstrap file. Hmm? That's compiled. Oh, nope. I only had, this was the only port we had in here, so we didn't, there's not a whole lot of code to it. So right now everything's in here. So far almost everything has been in through Leaflet, and maybe I should think about if there's any stuff here that should kind of be a different interface. That's pretty much all map stuff. Let's see. So we inhabit map. Where is... Okay, so we do that first, and then it's all that stuff. Well, if loading ends up sending any map messages, it probably wouldn't hurt to have that stuff set up. Oop. Wrong copy. Or the wrong paste. Is that what I was doing? I know I have had some other things. I don't even know if I've copied up here yet. Or I've had to deal with several port sets. Yeah, you don't have anything. I've not worked on a bunch on really any of those yet, though. Yep, no, that number. So really, that's all the setup stuff. And then we've kind of got leaflet ports. It'd be a whole map. It could be one map. And really, we're only going to have one key. It does it by site, so. But I normally do everything on localhost, so those need to be separate. All right, we've got local storage, which we have to reindex. guess that's just in case we want it as a raw string. But, and maybe I was using that in a different project than the one that I got this from. Okay, so we've got local storage, leaflet, local storage. So we have subscription setup, we have save state, and then that's effectively going to be get sent on start. Oh, we need a persist module to do anything with it. It's probably going to be a JSON value. We could just debug out it to check that and then work on persist. How much do we need? Well, we also need save state. And it's not going to load anything until we have something to save. I say, oh, nope, I did that in the wrong directory because we're not actually in source. Oh, okay, so you're over there too. Source persist, and this is just, oh no, actually it is persist. And then any things below that go into subdirectories. Actually, this is going to be pretty, well, it's going to expose different things. Well, I guess that's my default storage. And you don't need dict, actually, or time at the moment. I was thinking that might be some JSON stuff. So all we have right now here is theme. Do I have the persist in theme terms? Or do I just call it a string at this level? This is the third time I've had to stringify it. Now, those stringifications could potentially be different. But I'm starting to wonder if I need like a theme module, and I was toying with perhaps putting the actual colors associated in there too. The class name and the theme name to the map, no real reason to make them different, but it does mean that if one changes, the other has to change. Let's see, that was hosting, so that would just be exclusion clip IDs, duration, clip ID to timestamp. Oh, maybe that's, yeah, time fetched from, might have been from user ID. So that didn't have really a whole lot of aliasing around it. We've got the clip definition, which we need to store that. to list, and that's pretty much just how it was stored in the model. Straight up in code. Yeah, I might actually have to take a beat here and make that syntactically correct. Do a theme module first so I can use that definition here. Because this keeps showing up in different places. Right now, is it in view? Model? Yeah, but there is a bunch of types in here, but I guess they could be extracted further. If they needed to be their own little modules. This is really going to only have what? I only have very, very few things in it. Import leaflet, OHL data, remote data, PRST. I'm going to reference themes so rarely, particularly here. Probably don't need to expose anything. Well, there's theme.theme. That's probably going to be your only self-reference to it. And then other things are going to need to be able to get to that. That's just that definition. View is going to need it. Oh, did I? Right, because we did remove stuff from you. It's mostly going to be other references. View, model exposing star. I want to expose the type. I wouldn't necessarily want to expose methods. Well, they're really... Okay, I guess there's more than... Well, there's the control itself. Oh, palette class. And the question of, do we want to put palettes in with that? Oh, where's the RGB coming from? That's probably a element thing, isn't it? Yeah, so that would make it then dependent on what sort of view package you're meaning, which means I don't necessarily want to put the themes in, or the actual colors there, unless I had them in some sort of abstract triple tuple or something. And then you have to go through a whole process to convert them, and you'd have to have palettes that were tuples and palettes that were colors. Yeah, that is part of Elm UI. So perhaps the only thing we might be able to make common would be like, well, really it's only stringify so far. Persist will need to do some other things with it. Did you end up using persist definitions? You end up using clip. It makes sense for everything to be referencing persist for the theme definition. I mean, it is going to be one of the saved things, but that is like a tiny module right now. Let's see. If persist depends on model, well, the thing is, model might want to depend on persist because I want to be able to do a translation, like here, save my model to the persistence format. And persistence is generally a smaller scoped thing. If I put theme in persist, then view ends up depending on persist to get the theme definition. Or we break it out by itself and we've got a bunch of tiny little modules just for this data type definition. We're kind of back to C headers. All right, this is also very, very few references. Now, I guess if it did have a default stringification, that would make everything internally consistent in here. It'd be kind of like having a definition somewhere, so there wouldn't actually be a definition somewhere when you got to the JavaScript side. How much did we do this in MapUI? Let's change theme. Oh, because it ended up being in actually Leaflet. Code, so that means you're pre-encoding it. Yeah, string. Oh, yep. And there's your light dark. But it's actually, we could do that conversion and then send it to change theme. And at least theme module could have like toString and FromString. From string is something we will need for the persistence. Unless I wanted to call it 1 and 2. Code as an int. Now, would I be able to do something if I did do it with persist? Could I say? I don't think you could have it where the decoder. I mean, you could have it switch and then fail if it wasn't one of those strings instead of returning an unknown string. But somewhere there's going to be a maybe here. If I did that inside the decoder, then that's already a thing that can fail. Which says we don't. Well, I could do the from string in the decoder and then translate that maybe into a decoder error. So then this becomes toString, or even and then view becomes indent changes. Have you imported? Yeah, you've imported. Has map UI imported? No. Used to get that as part of model. And that was like a step before that. Yeah, it'd be a persistent setup. So I've still got a dark somewhere in view. Okay, so that still needs to switch directly. All right, and that's one thing I didn't open up. Can I get a clean diff off of that? So the map was port setup, which we're not doing yet. Or maybe I should do this as part of persist. Because I might go in and find out that doesn't work for it. Is it only going to mention it once? I mean, this is the only thing we're doing in persistence at the moment. And then we would maybe like to extend the format with something else later. Does that mean I need a version? I either need a version or we have to somehow gracefully fail if any later items aren't there. Well, they would fail to whatever their current default setting is, so. Source persist. We're going to have an encode module. We need, that's the data types. That other stuff is all things that we needed just because of the types we were dealing with there. And technically, this is where you, if you were going to do a persist specific theme thing, you might do that there. JSON encode. All right, these are not splits the same thing. And all we have is theme. You need theme. Here we'll have the data type. You're going to be a string. This is an actual theme, so this needs to be well, sometimes I like to set these up as pipelines, you know, theme to string and a string object, and then we don't have anything else in here yet. And then decode should be similarly, actually decode is almost just a flip of this. Well, decode, decode, decode. There's only going to be a map 1 at the moment. Now you need your own map. So I guess we could do, I could have also done a theme type in the encoder. Let's see, so we're already going to be in field theme. This is going to be a string decoder. That was a list of string. Actually, this is going to be a map. Now you're a maybe. That is just a function. So we're going to map this. Is this more of like an and then type of situation? Because that thing's going to be a maybe. But decoder is itself a kind of result. Field at index, dealing with optional fields. Now that may be as it might be there. Map, but map is always going to produce, well, it won't just be theme from string. That would be its own little thing. Right? Yeah, because that's going to map to another decoder. This thing is not, or rather, this is another decoder. Not lazy. We're going to need succeed and fail. Depend on previous results. Int to decoder. So this is going to be like string to decoder. I'm still going to have to do the field blah, 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 and then does that make you string to decoder? So it's going to be stored as a string. Case theme.fromString. String is a symbol here, unfortunately. And fail gets a message? Yeah. So I kind of hate the idea of doing like help functions. But we sort of have this like low-level string to decoder theme. And then you've got how you would just put in like decoder theme, which would be that would be string and then or do I just do that as an inline function? I'm not actually including any of these yet, so I don't want to get compiler feedback. And then on a whole data encode. That's not very much. That was a little bit more complicated. Maybe for parity. I like the function signatures of encoders so much more, because they actually just say what they do. No, you're a theme. So I'm going to pull the theme out. All right, so does the model-y stuff we can put in the model thing. So that would be, well, save state is model-y. But when we depersist it, resolve loaded, mstate, or maybe we leave the main app as the glue between them. Let's see, what were we typically doing? Okay, so more encode and decode stuff. I did not do you like as I only need like one method out of here, so that's fine. That is, okay, that's model command, because we often save after doing certain things. We'll end up doing that as we add more things that get saved. Resolve loaded is the side effects of doing that, which we're probably not going to have as much of that here. You were kind of like below update. This is kind of a big update though. This is more stuff that gets frequently used as part of updates. All right, this is going to get itself really far away though. All right, save state model. Persist is a constructor. Right now, it's just model.theme. And then code persist, and then local storage, save JSON. All right, so this, first of all, tells us to start compiling things. Perist. Okay, so everything we've used does pass the compile check. Of course, we haven't referenced it actually. And the thing... Okay, so that's a change theme command. Oh, that was only a model. Okay, that's model command, so we would actually have to use that in this case. So I don't actually have a case for this yet. All right, this is going to get all big and ugly. Nope. Okay, that compiles. And I think the main thing we need here, and maybe I still want to have a resolve loaded function just as we get other things. Oh, I still need to hook this up. And add an event for it, subscriptions, we've got leaflet. We've got time notices, we've got player notices, local storage, persist.decode.persist. We have a message called loaded, which is probably just going to take a value. Oh, no, it's maybe persist. Oh, did message? Not message is here. Oh, you've actually got UI. That put UI at the bottom. Those, either of those could kind of go. No, because we're going to do all the UI stuff. That's a kind of a good one to have up front. That is itself a maybe. We're not really, I mean, it's only a maybe, so. Not actually reporting any errors right now. I guess there's some framework here that's useful. Do I have anything to do on resolve loaded right now? Yeah, this is only model updates. This one didn't send any commands as a result, although I think it set up a queue that would... What? Nothing model. Oh yeah, that's model pending requests. Yeah, this set up a command queue that got pulled out in a timer because we were managing API requests. So from now on, we should always be getting a theme message from this. I might be able to take out this change theme and just always do it from here. This is going to have to be in the updated model, though. Actually, the state.theme was actually going to be the same here. So this one doesn't really use any derived data. Yeah, so we're not really doing a whole lot with this yet. Oh, wait, no, because this is mstate. This we might not have loaded anything. So how is that? Is that part of how the subscription thing works? Loaded JSON. Oh, yeah, you might actually send null if we didn't have anything, which might mean like a revert to defaults kind of thing. So if we took the theme out of there, we would want to send the theme regardless once we got that. So this is kind of a model 2 scenario. So that was setting up our model. We actually have to use it here. Resolve loaded. I guess just because there was some derived stuff I wanted out of the way there. That didn't need to happen in the no-op case. So we're going, this is going to have a let. And maybe that's enough to make you want to do another function for it. In model.theme, or AM2. Or maybe then we do this where resolve loaded returns a command model setup. Now I was just setting up some helper functions here. Add update does something to the model. So that's another update function. Adds a command that strictly depends on the state of the model. And I think those are the only meta things I've done here so far. Might update both, might update both, might update both. That gets a model command message. So it's more of a pipeline thing. Actually, I only used that a couple times. Maybe add a command, but maintaining model. All right, so I don't know that those really fit. We'll probably have more stuff like this in the future. I would still want to send a theme update. Assuming we take it out of here, although maybe that's not going to be good timing. Okay, we do have other things of some similar complexity. Well, it's looking a little bit big. So we're only doing that if there were updates, which may have been relevant to that app. Could we, we're still gonna have to parenthesize it. And I feel like that's still off. It's like, okay, here's what we're loading. And then I put this down with save state. Model, but this one's going to be model command. Change theme, model dot theme, and with that taking care of the aliasing of the name, that actually it's a bit cleaner. And then this will possibly get more complex as we load more settings and things. Okay, so that would have loaded nothing, which would have left model alone as dark. Okay. No data present. Oh, we never call persist. Change theme. I don't think. Oh, save state. It should be a command. And we only load once. Well, we can see it's not there, so it's not going to get loaded. I must have put the wrong value in there. For one. So when we, that's model. And here, now we've got an M2 situation again. Oh, that's why I was doing the whole persist thing. Because that gave me the updated model. But that's a model-only thing, and in this app that worked. Well, save state is effectively an add command, right? Save state. No, that's still backwards. Have I either made an error or not compiled yet? May have not compiled yet. Okay, well that's actually correct. Yep. Well, that's cookies. Okay. That was harder than I thought. How's it? Okay, so that's how we're defaulting things there. There's a little bit of a flash, just because we have to pick default colors. Oh, a bunch of new stuff. Commit. Save theme setting. Over, I probably will default to that. Let's see. I guess it's possible somebody could have their preferred default server. I could see wanting to set a time zone. I don't know if you want to set UTC as a default. I could see that one being maybe a preference. Fade tell objects. This is one that I tend to leave it on so that you can see that it's a thing. But then I always turn it down so that I'm not suffering the performance penalty of that. There's also a little bit of a question of the default. Do you do the performant default or the one that kind of shows off the feature? I mean, most of the time we don't have seeds, so it doesn't end up mattering. Well, that's the other thing I was thinking about definitely adding. So we have to add that. Let's see. That should have a, that would be a model if it was a default value. Yeah, 26. You're just an int. This is going to break a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see. So encoder actually isn't that bothered by it. Decoder does have to change because it's constructing an instance. So the simplest version is that, which is sufficient to get it to compile. While we go over, so we've got save state, which is also constructing an instance. And that's nothing that's going to super care about the number of arguments. Then encoding. I guess I should almost wait and prove out proper handling of the default case. So it's not that simple. So I don't, let's see, the other project didn't have to deal with any data field updates. I forget if you like do a maybe on the field and then a one of, or you do one of this field is here, or I think this asserts that this field has to exist. So this is actually one of this field exists, or that would have to be int 26, because it would have to still have to turn it into a decoder. And I think this would actually work out. I don't need that. Oh, one of. Use that for parity with the other stuff. Got 3 arguments. Okay, I guess we do. Precedence. Oh, right, this parses. Can we just succeed with an arbitrary value? Well, it's succeeding with theme, I guess so. It'd probably succeed of type variable. And in fact, we need theme. No, you become a comma. I guess that compiled again. Alright, nobody's complaining. That seems to be back where it belongs. Oh! Yeah. Change the data type. The effect of that isn't going to be immediately visible. Oh. I probably need to... No, that's directly in the UI. It does have to get sent to the map, though. And that much will stay. That much will stay. No, other kind of memory. We need storage. Theme dark. Oh, right, because that setting needs to trigger a persist. And we're doing that. So the easiest thing to do here is add command save state, because we're already sending a command, and we want to take this updated option. Nope, right, but we're not doing anything with this on resolve loaded. Which now this starts to get a little bit more involved. As I said, it's not zoom, it is model dot. And there we go. And what I forgot before, and we could probably even clean up, if that was the only change to that file. So there's that. This would be time zone. I guess I could save layers. Bands and gradical. You'd probably do all layers in that case. For me, the defaults are usually good. Oh, and that actually checks this off, which kind of checks this off. All right, so the complication that I realized with this is, well, yes, it is just searching the in-memory data, which is going to have its own problems. I did cut off. Oh, did I get these switched? Yeah, I got these switched. I put you in data? No, it's Monument Server. Oh, that's right. It was static because it was part of this stuff. I had removed the object names from here. Because it's a bunch of big strings and I wasn't using them. I've been debating whether I should make that a separate file. Now, there is a potential secondary use in that you could set up some sort of hover to describe what's over here, or what your cursor's on. I think Leaflet has. I'm assuming it has some sort of hover hook that would give you some coordinate information. I don't know if I've done any sort of like, but it should have coordinate reversal methods. I lost it. Well, yeah, a little blip of activity in whatever world this was. Now, that was the thing I took out, so simply adding it back in would be the easier way to go, I guess. So we've got, let's see, is this... I think I was running it locally. And this may have been more for the GitHub setup. Oh yeah, this was like if we're gonna set up the automatic build, automatic run. I've not actually run the local one in a while. So we are on mapping. We had some note updates. I forgot I had notes here. Client builds. Okay, yes, we actually did that. I don't know what it's client builds, but I think I essentially implemented actions. And I, the sync script is more of a local thing. Oh, that's right, we got all the data here. And you were probably even in the base. Well, all the data is under process anyway. You're kind of under process source if we're searching for stuff. Oh, and it actually loaded. Main processor. Are you determining what the output stuff is, or is that like the data? Game data? Names. My local one might need a download. Hey, Rainy. Probably streamed a little bit too long, got caught up in Astroneer. And I guess being dark in the morning is just a thing these days. I don't know if I ever feel really rested. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's gonna hit us in like Tuesday-ish. I went ahead and rode down to the farmer's market just in part because it was relatively nice weather. There's not a whole lot I need as I'm because I kind of over planned for the soft food stuff. And then some milk went sour, so I did like a double batch of pancakes. That was the only thing that really looked good of the things I found to do with sour milk, which is stretching that out even more, or stretching out all the other soft food stuff even more. Let's see, was I doing sprites here, or did I have to do? No, that's right. I had to do sprites over there, or I had to do like a Docker. Um, right? Or did I find a way to do that? And I don't have a Docker file here. So why would this be syncing stuff? Ah, I mean the instructions were as tolerated. I mean, they did say to be careful with like nuts and seeds and things, and I did used to eat a lot of granola, so not entirely normal. And like I said, I over prepared soft stuff. Uh, I've gotten through most. I've still got a few jars of applesauce, and I don't have too much yogurt. I'm on the last thing of ice cream. I've still got some broth. I've got one unopened thing of broth. So I've got to finish the butternut soup and the chicken broth. I've still got stuff for macaroni and cheese, which I mean, I've heard pasta isn't great, but we're kind of on the other side of it. And then macaroni and cheese is one of the better ones. I got some potatoes, which I only had one batch of those in recovery proper, but no, I could maybe start doing a little bit more with those. I got some stuff to do like a extra soft Three Sisters stew that I haven't even prepared yet. So I guess I was like fearing, well, either going through stuff a lot faster or having a much longer period. But I do have to. I do want to call up the office and clarify like when I should start brushing the adjacent tooth surfaces and things. Hmm. Well, yeah, I started off with like ice cream yogurt applesauce, and it's like, well, geez, that's not a very varied diet. And also thinking about how to sort of bridge back up, but like I got a whole lot of the other stuff, in part out of memory of the other tooth, where it's like I got some of each and I was out within a couple of days. And probably overestimating how long I had to do that. It's been so long since I did this, I forgot what I was doing here specifically. Or on this computer. Was I using Docker to process the graphics locally? Hmm. Yeah, so that's assuming that I had valid data here. Oh, no, no, wait, mount. No, yeah, that's a volume. So no, I was using this to process everything, which would have been using that repository. So I need to do this local thing to test it. But then I don't actually use this. So what was I syncing from this before? It's supposed to run. From our public static. Well, I guess it wouldn't necessarily remove the graphics files that I. This would have synced them down to here, actually. From there for the graphics. Yeah. Let's see. Would you? I don't think I would remove the old sprites. It just ends up redoing them. And then we can't. I don't think we can do sprites here. Which I don't remember if I have to manually disable that or not. Yeah, that's only objects. Let's see, and then I need to check the objects. IDs. There's the names, or that things without bounds. All right, so this is prereqs. This is going to be a prereq thing. That's going to be the binary. What was I extracting? Name temp. Well, that was a bin shell anyway. Oh, copy to local? Oh, you had that one open. So that's processor. That's processor command. I forget if there were any new objects we could check the graphics for. Do you have 360? We weren't into 355, so well, I synced my graphics already, so it wouldn't have shown up unless I. Well, that's Mosquito specifically. Changed objects. Changed objects. What's our version number? .53, so that probably would be 355. Well, I didn't specifically run sprites. I don't think I can run sprites here. Yeah. Processor command, but that processes it into these things. What was I doing? Was I only using this for the action stuff? Copy static to here. It did bin shell. Although if that stuff had already been processed, it should be in... Oh, no, I was setting this up to be used by a server, maybe. So I'd build it into public and then serve it directly. And this stuff was run by the GitHub Actions, which I don't know if I'm set up to do a manual run of that. I guess I could just upload the object files manually. All right, so we've got processor run, processor build. I guess this may be a code change. st docker build, docker file. And then run. Does processor. And you're going to pull the code from there, from GitHub. Oh, no, that is an untracked file. Okay. I might need to check the actions. Yeah, that's a entirely different directory tree. Workflows, test S3, test versioning. Yes, that was probably just a little test. We still got a version check in place, so... Well, the graphics haven't changed. So if I just upload the object file myself, I should basically be good. And if we update the code, then it will, next time we run a job, and then I don't know if the Docker things are actually, I thought I had done that to do my local stuff, but I don't see anything here that's... So I was still relying on my other computer for that. Unless the extract stuff was doing it. Unless maybe that was just for examining the results. Make their sprites, Debian, git clone. Oh, this is basic one tech. Yes, this is not. Yeah, it's processor. S3 Docker file. Yeah, that was that test for JSON stuff. S3 Docker file. This doesn't even include the clones. This doesn't even have a thing just to do my stuff. This was a test of OneTech in general. From public static up to there, I've synced down, so that would actually be safe. And then from using that to bounce over to my other directory. Don't think I need you. What was I thinking from here if I couldn't build the graphics? Oh, I was doing this in WSL. Oh, have I not downloaded this recently? Oopsie. This is OneTech base. Download should be fine now, so we have to include sprites. Oop. We have like an NVM. So I have a 10 and a 14. And old sprites can take a while. We have gotten the object stuff over there, even if things are a little bit off. Or over to where it can be useful here. Let's see, are we handling objects at all? I'm gonna might need to start handling objects here. Yes, but I think well, I've got to decode objects. I might decode them as value, bounds, IDs, value, value. The names I'm probably going to have to process. And the thing, well, do I have to send names over to the other side? I only need to send, well, I'm going to have to process IDs too. The annoying thing here is I'm essentially have to like re-encode them. To throw that over the wall, and it makes me kind of want to keep both formats around. What do we end up sending over? Leaflet object bounds, object IDs, object bounds as values. So you only care about the versions directly so far. You never care about bounds. I might have to rename these fields because I'm going to have to start caring about IDs, and I'm going to have to get the names. So I might have to have the things that are values get different names so that I can have IDs actually be something useful. Oh, or, well, I'm putting versions into here. But yeah, it was a decoded thing before. If we're going to do decoding, we should probably do it in that place. Naming is hard. Objects, different kind of objects. You're probably not doing anything with bounds. So that leaves us, to compile failures. I'm actually not sure if that runs from there. Yeah, our encode. Oh, other encode. Okay, we never do those objects. Other decode. As I add things, I'm gonna have to add. In the data file, yes, that's fine. And that's still a constructor, so this is gonna only be in the main file. Okay, so that'll compile. And what that ends up affecting is actually object generation. Oh, did we? Okay, yeah, we broke something. Oh. It simply, oh, no. It took a really long time to render. So IDs, there's the names. Oh, right, because I didn't process sprites there. I didn't have actual bounds. I forgot about that. So nothing's going to be visible. I can still start working with the names, but I can't actually see that working. We see that loading. We see it loading the empty stuff. Oh, data. So now, objects. Hmm. And I don't actually have an example right now. Oh, so that sync did more damage than I thought. I don't remember if I was treating these as strings or integers. No, bounds we're going to leave. And names I just don't need as a value. Do I have any other copies of that? Maybe testing output here? I've got an old one. IDs were in the file as strings. All right, so that's going to break our decoder all over the place. All right, so ID is value, bounds is value. Field IDs as list of string. Field names as list of string. Okay, no immediate complaints about that. Do I want a different data structure for that? Well, for one thing, it's a list. If I'm going to do index lookup, it should really be an array. Maybe I actually want to transform that into for search data. Now I actually am curious. What did you do for that? By name length. Find by name. What, the specific name? Yeah, name equals. Doesn't seem to be in there. Okay, so object search is a component. Game object. Well, maybe it's a canned component. Hmm. So let the given option. Any text in the search input. Searching. By the search element's value. So you've got a label. Yeah, I don't see what their overall. Maybe it's only a prefix search they're doing. So this was packaging it up into objects that had labels. Oh, right, because I'm doing this on the Windows volume, so it's not too terribly efficient. So I need to be able to have something I can scan through. And then easily associate back to an object ID. So in the model, it might be different. So there's certainly, well, and there's the question of other applications, like if we wanted to do a what's under the cursor, thing to want to be going ID to name. You can certainly get all the values. Let's see, insert, update, remove, member, get, keys, values, to list, from list. I guess keep only key value pairs that pass the test. I know I search for substrings, so I search for like so it's at least doing a substring check. You could maybe get fancy with some way you index strings. And actually, we're done with setting stuff. What would be a plus tool? What would be something with yeah, it doesn't do any kind of fuzzy matching. It's just a single substring. And that seems to work pretty good. Now, if I did a dictionary, and for that purpose it wouldn't really matter which way you put the dictionary. We still have iteration methods. And I'd probably go ID to name in case I wanted to do a what object is here. So, do I consider this a property of OHL data stuff to support the search, or is that part of the app to digest all of that? Or could I set up some sort of well, even if I set up a search module, it'd have to know. Now, if I gave it two lists, that would be a semi-generic setup. And I suppose if I wanted to be really fancy, then I could probably well, for the linear strings, I could imagine data structures. For substring, it might be just test everything. Of course, we've also got the UI problem to fix. Still processing. Or to figure out where we're going to put a search even in here. So this is a character search. That's really all life data. So one way is to do a subtab in here. I guess I could still like do programmatic calls to set up tests. I want to have like a search module. I mean, it's really just going to be thick setup and then like one function. So maybe we just start in the app, and if it starts to feel like more of a group, we move it somewhere. You've got a resolve loaded. Yeah, which is it. Okay, that was just some weird buffer update. I tried to get 2 lines. There's our world building, all our centering, time management, routing, subs, data fetches, meta, kind of goes in with all of this setup stuff, but this is dealing with things that, well, maybe with some of the life stuff. It's going to be another kind of search. It's doing fetching. Oh, do I already have dict? Yeah, I already got dict. So we have to have some sort of objects. We didn't really store any objects. This is really only object name lookup, object names, objects. This is like an object setup. Object map. Of course, we're doing a thing that's called a map. Actually, how does dict creation work? So I'd have to turn it into tuples. And there might be list functions to do that, but this is what we're going to kind of natively have. So I just need a little bit of list. Maybe like a zip or something. Decompose tuples into tuple of lists. Maybe that's a list construction method. Yeah, this is going to be the easier one, which is just client-side search. If it's search anywhere, then that's potentially a very, very big job that's going to have to get done as a background job kind of thing. Which is ultimately hard and might have some computing costs. So I don't know when, if ever, we'll get to that. Where is zip then? Oh, maybe map to combine two lists. So that with tuple constructor. Tuple.pair. Oh dear. Okay. Are you going to be streaming it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of people who stream it, so you tend to watch the ones who do, and you do see a few bounce off the learning curve. Ah, that's a shame. But you've at least got some sense of how the game works from watching it. I started off seeing somebody else stream it too, so I had a vague idea. Of course, it was also a much simpler game when it first launched, which may have helped a little bit. Mm-hmm. It takes a little bit to figure out what food is. So there's a tuple.pair function, but that means I have to import tuple. Oh, I did. Uh, well, at the moment, he's on the run from the wildfire smoke because he was living in California, and I think he's kind of occupied looking for a new house right now. And then it kind of varies between, bug fixes or working on fundamental mechanics. So there's less new like content than most people would like, but normally it's weekly updates, some of which are larger than others. Or maybe smaller than others would be a way of putting it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, map completely changed. It's completely changed a few times. Okay, map 2 isn't easily pipeable. Then we have a thing that we could throw into what? From list. That we would expect to type. I might need, maybe I should have, well, I don't normally do this. Well, I needed something that had both names and bounds, and I can't do my online one easily. Or I'm not set up to do a force run. I almost have to do another job that didn't do the version check. Or maybe I could figure out how I'm doing the version check and lie to it. All right, so that creates it. We want to stick that into our model. And this is the one that had the separate model. Yeah. So where are we putting major map data? Under servers, current arc. Maybe it's under server. Because that is technically per server data. Oh. Technically object data is per server too, isn't it? Well, potentially per server. No, that's only server name. And oh, do I just change worlds every time? So I might have, if I ever deal with multiple object sets, we'll have to deal with that. Ah, no, this model server does have this stuff. So actually we probably want to put that in here. How are we integrating that? We're not handling different sets of objects right now. So the answer is we're not integrating that. That's going into versions, which are going into worlds. Okay. Server is updating versions. We were doing that here. So, So right now we're doing this to all servers, but it gives us data locations where then everything else would properly depend on which server you're on. So that is in, so I guess this does, And you are also a kind of remote data. That's going to come at the same time as versions. Well, versions and worlds are closely related. Now that I'm dealing with this stuff, that would be a kind of a whole data. So maybe that's some of that should move into here. Type alias, data, 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 data. ID would be a little bit generic. Object name, probably a string, but it does tell us what that is. I mean, that's enough to clarify what's what. I guess if I'm building that here, then you just have to store it. Except you want to use that data type, which is going to have to be we're just exposing all the stuff. Yeah, arc, config, life. Version, world. Okay, this is just alphabetic. Okay. This is an object ID. No, I'm going to expose object ID, so we can do this. For the moment, they'll be compatible because they're strings. And we've not actually constructed any of these things with that field. So where do we construct servers? We construct servers here. Oh wait, no, that's a whole data. This is model. Current server. Or do we not construct servers here? Type server, please. My server, okay. So the first thing to do, where do we put that? Just get it to compile. Oh, and then we had to set up fake things, which actually this solves. Well, I might still end up overwriting them. Actually, you're the only one. No. Probably future. Well, future could actually get updated with that. Now, what's off? And my server we hadn't got to yet. Wait. Wait, where's the extra bracket? Is that just an error? It's right there. Oh, no, I guess we got scrolled down too far. 2 hours. Now what's your problem? There's versions, there's objects. If only it could match the field names. Did I call it something else? Type alias server object. Oh, it's remote data. Is that sensible? It could just be a empty list. This lets us know whether we received it or not. Do I ever need to set show a loading for that? Or a failed to load? Well, if I'm going to have a search thing, that would tell you that you can't search this. Although I always have worlds. Even though that stuff is definitely remote data. Maybe I should defer that until I want to do something that would demand it's a remote data type. So that type checks. Did we move object map? No, we did not. So that's just here. So we get objects, and good golly, you done yet? No. All right, so this is going to get a little bit uglier. Data versions, where let versions equal, okay, so we've already got a let where we're doing some derived stuff. Makes me wonder if that should be in data then. Yep, syntax change. Oh, right, that was... Naming is hard. So I called the function object map. I guess it has to be like make object map. So we have IDs, we have names. Good golly, this thing is slow. What's my actual version check based on? That's actually going to be in here. Okay, there's the test, last version. Just data version number. Would that work if it simply didn't exist, or would we have to fudge something there? Let's see, we were syncing stuff down. No, actually, this is static, right? Yeah, so 362. Let's see, we're kind of doing this with part of one tech process. So that's getting it from the public. Am I using this for anything besides a same check? Echo, echo, not equal. Yeah, we're not, because it manages itself as far as what incrementals need to get done. Uh, too narrow. Oh, I have to enable it to automatically run in order to... Maybe. It'll take a little time, but it's a heck of a lot faster. Okay, so we've got that one. Watch this finish now. All right, so we've got a map. Let's see. So what would we do? Well, I've also got the display issue for what do we do here? Oh, and I can't highlight objects in the map. I could create markers for them, I guess, but the actual search thing is its own problem. Let's see. So we'll have some kind of UI. Probably going to pick one object. We're not going to do highlight. Would you want to do a highlight all things with that word? Wouldn't be too big a difference for the interface to support that. It would be a little bit messier on actually highlighting things, and because you do some sort of does it exist instead of a comparison to. But it's not too unusual to want to get multiple related things, especially given that some of the objects are small variants of each other. Without being well, I could either draw a rectangle for it at standard tile size, or I could put down markers. Now that depends on whether you highlight something very common, because lots of markers I've found perform very poorly. Lots of markers would be relatively easy, but let's see. We're going to be going into the tiles anyway to get at the data they've got. And the plan has been to just do search within the visible area for now. The online one does take longer than I remembered. So it's going to be a whole question of, let's see, how do we get into there? I guess we'll make the interface to support multiple objects. We have to figure out how UI and stuff as well. So that decodes it. How much work was that? Oh, we're probably way back to get to this console. Also, now we're on a bit of a feature branch. Hmm. I almost didn't need the names to do search for this ID, but oh well. All right, so we've got, these are all the command types of things. Does this focus on a life? Yeah. So that's related to that. There's search overlay, which ended up next to another overlay. Display results of a search. Oh, I wonder if object highlight is going to be like an overlay too. Let's see, this is going to be more like it's just going to be a string, but kind of like you. I'll highlight objects. Oh, which we did. Oh, you're not going to have that type definition. No, I did put that in there, I think. Objects. No, I put that in model. You don't do model. So we had a can method for that. Don't for that one. Let's just call that IDs. All right, so if that makes let's string. Oh, list within code string. That makes Elm happy for testing purposes. Let's see, what do we do? A startup? Not gonna do any good until we have objects, but if we set that as a property on object layers for them to do something with it. We want to search for. Well, really, we'd get an interface that did something. Lost trucks. It would probably be just delivery truck. Be the main one, and then if the search gets you all trucks, then you can get some of the variants. I guess the problem with this is an uncommon object. But if I zoom out, I can't even tell what my zoom level is. Command. There's all the commands. Unknown message. Okay, so that actually tells us right there that we got it. And then what? I guess we do, well, see, I think both of the object layers use a similar type of, set object layer options, key placement, map log layer, and there's world gen as another thing, which is another question we have to ask if we're going to search in that, and how. So key placement layer, that is not a class, that is I guess a layer group. I have a key placement sprite, which is a sprite layer, so probably sprite layer is what's really going to be handling this. Now you are using object IDs for this, right? Oh, there's the question of floors. But I think those are always different object IDs, technically. Draw tile, draw tile. Oh, do you? That's tile at. Oh, that's something using sprite layer. Load the images for placement.id. So we've got placements. Placements have IDs. Oh, am I using them as? I might be using them as ints here. Placements.for each. And a 27 should have stuff. I can't tell where I am right now. Okay, so that icon wasn't updated. All right, so now if we go back, do I still have one of these up? We went straight to that. Do not sync my stuff up. Oh. Yeah, so that's to the map. Still going. L is not defined. Oh boy. What do we typo? No, that's you. Too many windows. Pardon? Oh, it's just leaflet. That was weird. This takes a while to render. We still have no bounds? You didn't sync anything. Zero objects are converting sprite images. That's just the biggest thing. I think we've got sprites. I hope we have sprites. Why did we not? We didn't see the sync do anything. Why didn't you upload? Data version number. Why didn't you rewrite objects? This thing is taking forever. Maybe because the cached data didn't think, oh, there's a new version? Well, you didn't sync, which means you weren't downloading. And I synced it onto here. I had a object file that didn't have that, but it wasn't. I don't think it was at all recent. Why didn't you update objects? Oh no, no. This is. Or were you cached? No, because sync, once again, sync would have listed the files it was copying if it was copying something. That's a direct S3 reference. Oh, that's... Is that files that... it thinks haven't changed? Pretty JSON's easier to see, but the actual one is the one that matters. It's you. Yeah, that's still messed up. Process data version number. So you just didn't do it. And unfortunately, the first process run of this, even if I tried to do it in like a different directory, takes a ridiculous long time itself. Why are you not updating things? Maybe it's the internal OneTech data that says it didn't have to? All right, so you're in mount. It could do the local directory. Oh, no, actually we don't want to make dir. Just rm. Oh. No. I'm going to do this. Yeah. I should be using the updated terminal for this. Oh, I guess I haven't done git stuff in Fear. Oh, I haven't set up. Oh, God. I haven't set up the git stuff within this console. Well, that's only to read from a remote. It's a whole virtual computer. Oh, actually, I don't know if the install here matters. Oh, apparently we're using 10 for this. Oh, wait. Okay, you're done. What does my local copy look like now? That's map. You're finally done. Okay, now we go back to bidirectional sync. Oh. Did I leave this on a test bucket? Well, it's a secret, so I can't actually read it. Ah, shoot. What is the format of that variable? GitHub. S3 bucket. I thought it had been working fine as new stuff came in. No, because I deleted the version file on there and it ran. Oh, maybe I had to do. Maybe sprites only does. No, because this is the default command when we run this task. Maybe it doesn't update objects if it didn't download something? That's a little bit disturbing. Okay, well, that's evidence enough that we have bounds now. All right, and that also got us placements. I guess maybe I was trying to filter out stuff that, yeah, because this is, I probably had to zoom in enough where I'm doing unfiltered sizes. Since they were all small, we hit a point where they were all getting filtered out. Oh no, it is an actual array. And that can't be. Oh, the images. How are the IDs stored? That's the thing. So you are actually dealing with IDs. Oh, in some of the data, they're like floor and things. Yeah, not in the one-tech data, though. So you are actually interpreting this as integers. No, command. Object bounds. Message IDs. Parseint. Because we're putting them in arrays for lookup. Does that mean Elm should be dealing with that as integers? Probably. But if I started dealing with something else. Yeah, which means that should get passed as an integers then, if we're going to end up having it as integers. What a strange development track. Well, maybe this is a stash situation. So we had a type for object ID that was in model. Our decoder is going to have to do that properly. I swear I tried to do that. List string. So it is actually a string in the file. So this is going to have to be like a and then, and string to integer can fail. So now we kind of do need an entire function for that. To decoder, so we can get an argument. So decode a string, and then wants a result. Is this toInt? Or is it just like number from string? toInt and fromInt. Let's see, this wouldn't really be a with default type of thing. Well, I could like map succeed with default fail, but so you're a maybe of an integer. And oh right, of something. Oh no, it needs to be. This needs to be lambda. Oh, and that changes the type of our does objects just list string and then I convert it somewhere else? List string. Okay, so there's our spawn change value, list string. So where is maybe map typed it and then you were just string because it's supposed to be the wrong raw data. And then I typed my object map function. No, let's list object ID. Oh, but it was passed object.ids. But it should be a list of int now. Have I updated? Object ID is an int. Piping into a function that expects object ID string. It was fine when it was an alias to string. So it's not that it's like it's doing any strict typing on an alias. Object map. By the type of the dictionary is also declared here. No, it's dict object ID. ID's names, dict from list. Dict int server, dict object ID string. Where's server? I never put it in here. Okay, so that should be storing that integer now. Okay, probably lost the commit message by now, and here we go. All right, so leaflet, we were setting this thing up. We've got the call to objects. This interface, which is in code, got that int probably, you're going to be a list of int as well. Okay, so you're fine. And we get an array of those. Was it sprite layer? So it goes through all this stuff. Filter images draw tile. Context alpha. Huh. If image else. The boxes would be one way to highlight things, although since it depends on object size, I almost want to do a constant size thing like we did with the life points, so it's visible from. That's kind of where the marker setup would be nice, but we could potentially have a lot of markers. Okay, it wasn't point layer. Point overlay. What did you use to do size? Arc. Okay, you probably... I might be doing a scale operation for all of my graphics here. So you can't just draw at constant size. Uh... That's not setting up a color. Very much so. I don't know why some of those, maybe because we're being lazy about color and it's just being whatever. And we probably do have to do like some alpha and stuff. So that's the default alpha for it. So image is draw image. You're setting up fill style. This might be more of a constant. Huh. I guess I could set this up regardless. Well, that doesn't seem right. I wonder if this is messed up old code. Yeah, that seems to be a per object thing. So yeah, maybe that old dummy thing is the wrong size. And I've like changed scale since then or something. And the reason I don't want to do that is some of these things are going to be really small as we zoom out. And that was using the bounds. Oh, maybe because I was doing fill rect. Oh, there's the placement x plus OX. Is that like origin? And if we have an image that has an offset from center. Cell size, cell size. Oh, maybe I changed cell size from whole thing to there. Object bound unit. Divided by a cell dimension. So does that... This is just placement X. Of course, we still need... Oop, I left that there. Yeah, I must have rescaled since then. Does that mean this is just going to be 1, 1? And once again, fill color. Oh, right, we had also done this for comparison. Those still don't look grid aligned. So the offset might be part of, yeah, some of the bound information, which we do have the bound information. So maybe this would be not plus OX. Okay, so that needs to be, is it plus or minus? Give me an isolated object. Yep, too much. And it needs to be like, oops, minus 0.5. I think we may have to maintain size as we move out, which is going to be then a zoom dependent thing, since we're in a layer that cares about that. Let's see, so this is, so we care about the size of the highlight. Oh, and then you were using global alpha. Let's see, I'm going to do that behind or in front? I guess it was a floor, I'd actually want to be behind. Okay. That might be almost too much. So maybe there'd be a size limit on. Yeah, I know for some objects that looks good, and then for others it's going to be very, very hard to see. So I think I'm going to do something at the higher zoom levels, and they're going to kind of blur together at that layer. All right, so we got the ability to do something. Yeah, you know what? Most of the time we don't end up drawing these boxes. So if we do some double work there, that actually skips it when we're not doing any of this stuff. Now we have a command, highlight objects, that gets me a list of integer IDs. So when we did fade tall objects, that's what we did. And that is to get it down to object layers, which are sprite layers. Let's do this. So do we have, what are we doing here? Are we pulling out, or are we all done with options at this point? This dot options. We're in a for each loop now, though. Hey, light. Well, actually, index probably has a short circuit for empty array too. Oh, yeah, we actually want to check for the proper value. Okay, now I haven't actually looked around for, oh, there it is. But, oh, that's the, okay, so that's actually a problem. That's only going to do objects we're already drawing. So I want to use your data, but your data has been pre-filtered, I think, for visible scale. So I might actually have to do this, well, I might have to do this might have to be like a placement property, or even an entirely different layer. It's gonna get extra awkward if I don't have some of the scaling data and stuff set up. So maybe it's going to be a little bit more like a point layer where we go through and, well, I might have to go do some digging into Leaflet to get the list of active tiles to ask them about the data they're showing so that we can search, like in the static images, we've loaded the data for every tile. We're not necessarily drawing it. We could say that if it's a search object, we're going to include it despite that. So you actually get cut off here, even though it's a big white object. But we could make that more obvious by picking, say, flint chip. $135, and that might even be useful. For our multi-object stuff, okay, so flint ships are visible a little bit farther out. Huh, that gets about as far as the truck, sadly enough. Well, flint ships do, because they're a little bit bigger. Yeah, they're going to need something more like the life points, which means I can't just hitchhike off of the drawing process. All right, so sprite layer, sprite, wrong file. Sprite layer draws load images placements. Draw tile placements is okay, so key place might be a little bit of leftover from animated. Tile.keyPlace. Yeah, not useful. Object layer sprite. What are the other instances of this? Key placement sprite. So is this like, is that natural objects only? Floor placements, object placements, map log sprite. Okay, so that's drawing the sprites. Object layer sprite. This is one of the problems with big functions. Where the heck am I? Object layer sprite. Key placement sprite. Map log sprite. Just doing it by time. Well, these are already supposed to be somewhat size filtered, so maybe I'm relying on that. So I have sometimes noticed more stuff showing up in animation mode. Oh no, there's a placement's larger than. Maybe I'm not setting min size? So sort filter. So that gets used in map log. Or is it once? Only in Maplog? Did I reuse that for key placement? Just with a different data set? Great art, key placement sprite. Or am I filtering by size? Is that happening in GetTile? Or is that actually just when we draw? Let's just straight up decode. Oh, did I do this twice? We've got a size. Oh, maybe in animation I have to be more dynamic about it. So you're getting a min size argument from somewhere. Tile at, that's a strict based on the zoom, which is based on the tile. Object layer sprite. Determining which images to load. Wait, what are we doing with you? It's just returns. Oh, that's tile key place. Well, I guess we would put a like is highlighted in there. This is an object layer sprite, which is a sprite layer. So you would also have to check for highlighted objects. So if we push that down to, well, we could make sure that they're included in the data. Doing that. And not filtered out. And I think I might need something more scale independent. So I have to somehow get down into my layers. I have to examine like their raw data, which might need some extraction. Because in the pre-processing, we end up throwing out a bunch of stuff, including things that are too small. But this is also where we process generated objects. Actually, this is only processing generated objects. Still something you might want to search for. Do I actually use this object anywhere? Is this a leftover from object layer only? If we've got object data already, otherwise we generate this only thing, I guess. Or maybe this is one that only does the rectangles for natural spawning objects. There's maplog sprite and key placement sprite, I think. So it gets tile, and then I think it pretty much calls down to sprite layer for the vast majority of it. And then does that mean you're doing all the size filtering? The tile size. Oh, get tile might be doing the size filtering. Are you get tile? Yeah. So you would have to have the information. Chords. Data. Oh, like time. And our world generation parameters. Looks like it's mainly time and other the parameters. Oh, because these are things that would potentially go into URLs. So we've actually kind of thrown out data we're not using. So doing a search would kind of have to be re-rendered to get at everything. Or would I ask my raw data cache? So is this different than key placement, maplog cache? So pretty much every tile has already thrown out all its data, and it has deferred any data stuff down to like one of these. It's a tile key, a tile data cache, which already has some size filtering on it. Oh, a key data cache, which goes into there. Okay. You get past there. That would be like initialize with your cache and the other options. Create tile does get tile, which is what's filtering stuff out, giving us our key place. I guess we could get tile again if we were running some sort of search method against it. Time server, those are things we might need for URLs. Load the data, hope it's in the cache. This is doing the min size check. Okay, so there's the natural objects with size check. Key placement with size check. We might actually be getting close to 5,000 here. Yeah. I don't remember why I chose that number. I don't remember if I was seeing some particular data that was different. No, it's not super common. I know there was like the papers with writing on them. I think I may have filtered that out though. I guess for now we add 1 0. It takes so much processing to put together a complete image, but in the process of doing that, we've been filtering out small stuff. What are you? Guess a tile log must be the placement? Perhaps. Uh, oh, well, I guess the set object layer options solves the problem of... Yeah, because it's a group that has all the tiles in it. Actually, it's a layer. I'm saying options on layers, and the layers have all the tiles in them, and the tiles have the actual data, or access to the actual data. There have been some minor releases since I first did this. Subdomain, zoom offset. Is it a grid layer? A tiled grid of HTML elements. Tile size. Events. Oh, actually, I didn't even get to methods. Excellent. Yeah, there's a number of good people, but you don't always get them. You know, if like your immediate person is busy or something, ask around. You should be able to find somebody who can teach you something. Title size. Fired when a tile loads. Set URL and create tile. Yeah, there's not an official way to get a list of all the tiles that are currently visible. Well, tile URLs given geographic bounds. That's close. Oh, this is just a little the gist. Map project. It seems like it's assuming a certain. Well, no, there's the zoom. Chords.z. Yeah, you're like assuming the width. This is like for like scraping the URLs or something. I'd kind of like to know what leaflet actually has loaded. Oh no, project in zoom to get to tile coordinates, presumably. I don't. I might need the tile information though. Well, it could be the coordinates from which you could maybe check the tile cache. I would like, this is the test zone, to be able to search for a certain object and find them. Now, this is going to be a very limited version where it's just like within the viewable area, because that's what's going to be downloaded. But it's doing as part of standard drawing. It's like I can make these bigger, but the problem is I start filtering out small objects as you zoom. So I kind of need to either get in before that or say, okay, if you're a tile in view, then tell me if there's anything potentially visible that and then I need to do something more like the life search in terms of showing where those are, because that's a little bit more scale independent. And then these can get harder to see as you zoom in, but at that point you can see the objects, and it shouldn't be as big of a deal. But the way I'm doing things right now is extremely focused on like the pipeline to render things. So we get the data and like immediately throw out things that are too small, for instance. But if you're searching for anything that's visible area, even though we've got all those, we loaded a data set that had all of those small objects, we decided not to draw them because of efficiency. We have like kind of removed them very early on in the process. Okay, this dot tiles. So I have in fact done this kind of thing before. So that gives us the tile chords. Where am I doing get tile from? Get tile size. Layer.cache and create tile, which I think is called by the framework, which then returns tile. And then get tile is what's actually doing the filtering. So I think this might only be the static copy. There's maplog, but using a different cache. So for the key placement, there's special placements. There is natural objects, which are doing size filtering. There's key placements, which are doing size filtering. So to get an accurate image of what I'm looking at, chords.z, and that's something else. So this is not start x, start y, because I do a thing where I like for this top level data set, it stops at like zoom 24. As we go down, I just kind of chop a section out of it. So there's like a data min and max, and then which I think is actually implemented at the cache level. This is this the cache level? It did say cache.getTile. And we go through our coordinates. So that's the raw map. U key place. Okay, so placements would be the data portion of this. The code key value pairs from text. Function text. Okay, so you yourself are using another cache object, which has a load tile. Are you doing coordinate filtering? I don't think so. Data coords. Data zoom. It's not data zoom. And there's the min max. So that's the data level to fetch at. Okay, so load tile. There's your load tile. Returns text. Text gets parsed appropriately. Decode key value XY. Coordinate offsetting. I think that's going to be special placements. Generated objects. Wait a minute. So placements is the everything. That's the special placements. We can cat all of that. Well, so generation cut out early. This is going to have all the placements that may still be too big, so we do the size check again. So right now, this gets called by create tile, effectively. A key placement sprite, where we have a reference to the layer, right? Okay, so create tile is on the layer. And it returns, I forget if it's a tile object or if it's the DOM element to which we're also attaching some things. Yeah, document, and then we're just attaching other properties to it. So the tiles don't have the cache. The layer has the cache. The tile list, I think it attaches coords to them. After the fact. Where do we do stuff with tiles? Map log sprite. It was just says go update them all. Draw tile, tile chords. Which is going to be its own little zoom. The individual tiles on the screen might be kind of at the wrong zoom level. Ideally, if we were zoomed in, we would only search the data zoom level once. which might be an argument for doing some of our own coordinates at that zoom level, and then, well, I have to figure out what's visible then. And I have to sort of like get the bounds of the screen, round the tile coordinates up. And right now, I think that all that stuff is kind of handled by Leaflet. If we go through the tiles, we're going to end up looking at like subsets of the data set on occasion. So the key placement layer itself didn't seem to be doing size filtering. So I guess we're, okay, yeah, so this is start X, start Y of the tile of interest, and then somewhere in the process of this, natural objects in frame. So we might end up passing over the same data tile several times in the process of trying to search that, but I guess we end up kind of loading it several times in the process of rendering all the subsets. So. Oh, and then there's the fun thing that not only does search once, but you would want to keep updating that search as we scroll, which is why just having it go while we render is nice. But I'll have to catch those draw events and also run the search, which is going to be kind of a separate layer. Maybe I have like an object search layer that draws points. And also well, maybe if the search layer only existed at the appropriate zoom level, it could just do that and search things and worry, well, no, that would be zoomed out and the min size would be in effect. So maybe I have to set up a different thing for this. That's just object size, placement ID. Maybe I should take size filtering out of the lower level stuff here. This is specifically doing key place. Well, there's one other time I do, yeah, placements larger than in tile at, because this probably has to get reprocessed, but every time we do an update for time. Or tile at time. We separate objects floors. Oh, the time-based ones we're just gonna accept that it's gonna be size filtered by what's in the data set. So you might not be doing as much. All right, so what, maplog sprite? Create arc maplog layer. Maplog log comes from new tile log, get tile. You have your framing. You are not doing a size check because we're counting on pre-filtered data. So in that sense, the animated ones are almost easier because you just don't have that as a concern. We're not trying to view small objects. So maplog log, your maplog sprite layer that has this thing, which is a tile log, which has the get tile, which we've got all kinds of caching layers involved. So maybe sprite key placement key is our raw data. Which is the tile key, which has this. Yeah, this is it. So this would have to have some kind of parameter. To say whether we're doing size cutoffs. So if we had a object search layer, these things have different interfaces, don't they? Oh no, you have a get tile. But it has different parameters. Oh, were those just different data parameters? Yeah, okay. Because the base data is going to have the data zoom limits, and the log data is going to have different data zoom limits. And generation is generation stuff. Let's see. Actually, you're just options, not even necessarily generation, but that's going to include generation options. But if that's just our layer options, I guess we could include something in there. And then the search layers would have something. Well, the layer options are including highlight objects. Is that so? Get tile, That's the 2. Get chords. It does, in fact, get its way down there. And there was that one other replacements larger than thing. Or do we just set it up to not have a min size, effective min size at all? No, it's only for the objects that are found. We still have the display issue though. I guess we wouldn't set that on the object layer itself. We'd set that option on the search layers, which would almost want to throw out all the objects that didn't match. Which makes me wonder if, should I like have the options include some kind of filter function? And in one case it's too small, in another case it doesn't match filter. Object size, placement.id. So that would be it would be a function of ID, because you can do object size of ID. Size is object size. Min size, it would have to get calculated elsewhere, where we're doing the zoom level or chord, but that's going to have wherever we're calling get tile. And let's see, what's the one part? You're going to have a chord Z. Oh, but then we are defining an entirely new kind of layer. That's going to be... What do we... Oh, we're doing our debug statement. Actually, this is kind of old stuff too. So we've got, I don't even know if these are properly caches, the repositories. Appropriate markers at different zooms, because the object highlight itself, even if we can get it to appear, Might say, oh, well, if we've got to search for this object, we don't filter it out, but it's still going to be like 1 pixel, maybe. And when we were like drawing boxes everywhere, you could kind of see how it just kind of turns into a blur. You can find those flint chip stacks, though. It does help. But in terms of, hey, where are the trucks? That's not going to help. Well, maybe if you had the pixel back there and there was not much else, it would stand out. Perhaps make too small a ID to bool function for object filtering, since the object search layers are not going to filter by size. I might need to have separate ones for regular and animated. Though I might be able to swing that where it's very, very similar. One difference is the regular one we'd be able to kind of know about the whole data zoom thing, and well, we still have to be able to draw out other layers. It's just that the data zooms would be constrained. Would it really matter if that was doing a whole bunch of dots out of frame? Well, if we end up using the existing stuff, it's going to be doing the in-frame checks. Or we treat it like lives, go through all of the live tiles, tell them to get their tile data, and then search it. Treat it as one big collection like lives. All right, so we've got a highlighting prototype. I don't know, I might just want to leave that around as a diff we can take out. Oh, and there's that, which could be an issue in an update or two. Oh, actually, I'm going to need to commit this or stash this, because I want to do stuff with our, to publish the other stuff. All right, I want to eat lunch. Let's see, that one. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support from subscribers and everybody who hosted me. What do we got going on? That's what I'm usually on. I'm going to be putting aside Fridays for a bit and maybe get on in evenings when I feel like it. Let's see, we've got parsing, JavaScript game dev, Code fixes, game. It is frightening how fast you're going up. You must be clicking all the little boxes. But let's see, if you're to 50K, then by the time you get to 150, I'll have like 3 sing modes-ish. I was very... It did fascinate me how you suggested 150 for me and initially 5 for you. I mean, I know you didn't want to impose too much on somebody, but it did seem like it's a slightly different scales there. All right, well, I'm not sure what kind of stuff he's parsing, but I've done a bit of parsing here and there. So if everyone says cool to hang out, FizzleNet's working on some kind of parser, and that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.